Hello everybody, welcome to Montezuma. It's 78 degrees. Sorry I'm starting a little bit late just because, and also had a wiring issue. Seems like one wire decided to go kaput, and good riddance. Anyway, it is, I'd say it's partly sunny, mostly cloudy. But there are some patches of blue in the sky. It's 78 degrees. I haven't seen or heard much since I arrived. The purple martins, American goldfinches, and I'm hearing something else right now. Oh, I think actually they're just the goldfinches. Okay. For a moment I thought maybe they were robins, but they're not. I see a gull up in the air. One of the highlights of last week's tour, I would say, was our time spent watching the green heron at Sapsucker Woods. And the reason why I'm bringing that up right now is I did post the video to YouTube, and it's a longer one, but I mean, you don't have to watch it all, of course. But you know, if you like green herons as I do, you might want to look at it. But the reason why I'm even mentioning it now is, and I guess I've known this for a bit, but you know, when I was working to post the video, I like to include the species scientific name, and you know, at least for birds. Now, you know, for instance, if there's something that includes a raccoon or deer or something like that, I'm not going to include the scientific name for those. But for birds, I try to include the scientific name if reasonably, if you know, we won't get a cluttered description. Anyway. So I went to All About Birds, as I usually do, for the species name, and I saw something, or I was reminded of something that I've known for a while, and, you know, it's a little surprising to hear it, but in a way it's not, I guess. You know, the green heron is considered a common bird, but in steep decline in terms of its numbers, and I just hate to see that. So, you know, it doesn't hurt if people see that video, and just as importantly, if you're watching it and you know of anyone who either doesn't know about green herons or whatever, just to see how marvelous they are to watch. They're just wonderful to watch. Share the video. You know, we're lucky very often or at least fairly often in August, to have better looks at them. You know, not so much in the earlier months of summer, just because usually water levels are high, and wherever they go, they're not necessarily within view for us. But as I've explained before, water levels, as they tend to drop in some of the areas that we visit and can see, you know, sometimes we're lucky that we'll you know, be able to see things like green herons or other smaller wading birds that we would otherwise miss, you know, because they're more hidden in the other lower water level areas earlier in the season. So anyway, I would, like I said, encourage you to share. You know, sometimes if I find that a bird is in decline, it just has a special place for me in my heart, whether it's a black tern or a green heron or a red-headed woodpecker. And you know, I think it's just a nice thing to do to share. And it doesn't have to be my video. Share anything else about green herons, because they really are neat to watch. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, the more people who have an interest in them or in birds in general, the better. see some people out of a vehicle up ahead. I heard that earlier today a least bittern or two had been sighted. And I'm wondering if those people are out of their vehicle, and they shouldn't be, but out of their vehicle and looking at a least bittern. Now, to our left, right now, there could be least bitterns, but as I was discussing last week at length, we have vegetation that prevents us from seeing over here. So, I mean, there could be birds present and not. But as I said, we've got people up ahead. I'm almost positive they're looking at a least bittern, but they shouldn't be doing it like that. Now, I have to admit, I have gotten out of the car before, too, in this stretch. Hopefully we'll have if they are looking at a least bittern, hopefully we'll have a line of sight ourselves. At the very least, though, if these people are there, they shouldn't have their vehicle that far out into the road. They should have it closer just to make it easier for others to get by. And I wonder if they see one, or if they're just thinking that one will pop up there. I don't know. So I'm going to set you down just so I can get through this snag here. Hearing something. I don't know what it is. It might be a gallon oil. I don't know what that sound is. It could be a least bittern. I really don't know. I'm hoping, but you guys were really blocking the road for a bit, but it's better now.
Sorry.
Well, let's see if Merlin can identify that sound. I suspect it is least bittern. Hold on. Okay, it is identifying it as a least bittern. It puts that video on. It's so annoying. It takes up your screen. I'm looking for the least bittern. 1 second. Maybe you can hear it at least. So anyway, there's supposedly a least bittern here. We're hearing it. I haven't seen one all year in this. The vegetation, and that's fine. I mean, that's why the least bittern's here in the first place. Okay, I'm going to set you down. I'm going to look with binoculars. It may be that it's not near the break in the vegetation, and maybe impossible to see. if you're unfamiliar with the least bittern, it's a very small member of the great blue of the heron family. If anything, the vocalization sounds like it's getting farther away. Well, I'll let you hear it again. I don't see anybody, but I suspect that the least bittern who's vocalizing is not right at the edge of those tall grasses there, and I don't think I may have heard a vocalization once or twice in the past, but not a repeated call like this. It's eh, 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 eh. So where am I? I'm looking primarily at these taller grasses here on the other side of this more open channel. Can't look at anything on this side just because the vegetation in the foreground blocks our view. So I'm trying to see if we can find one, if there is one, and I had heard inside the visitor center that there were one or two present. So let me set you down again. I do see a common gallinule. It's kind of hidden. It's a juvenile. That's the gallinule there. We're going to move ahead. We may not see one. It's very likely that we will not see one. It's an osprey. I did see earlier also, I forgot to mention, that's a great egret. I did also see earlier today a great blue heron in flight. I forgot to mention it. Couple Canada geese up ahead. So we've heard a least bittern, but we have not seen one, and I don't know if we're going to see one. Probably not. Some swans out there, I think. I'm hearing red-winged blackbirds. I think I see a merlin. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like a raptor, a small one. I think it is. My concern is in terms of seeing it, we may not get a good angle. Oh, somebody else just moved. Well, let's do this just for a moment. 1 second. Yeah, that might not be bad. Ow. So again, that's a merlin. It's a small falcon. Not quite as small, but nearly as small as an American kestrel. Hearing a vocalization. Sounds like a pied-billed grebe juvenile asking for food. Could be wrong. And out here, what's out here? Pied-billed grebes. I think I just heard a song sparrow's chip note. And I see these, I think they are, they're probably, oh no. Wood ducks. And, we just saw it only briefly, but that was a double-crested cormorant. And out there farther out, that's another cormorant. Let's see these wood ducks again. They're coming into decent view, I think, maybe. Vegetation makes things challenging, but as I mentioned last week, the refuge is not for us, it's for the wildlife. So, you know, things are managed in such a way meant to benefit the wildlife rather than provide us with the best views and things like that. So, that's the whole purpose of it. I think I see a great blue heron. Yeah, right over here. We'll keep moving. Now I could try to get a close-up of that, maybe, and maybe I should, but viewing is tough given the you know, the vegetation in the way, and also right now in some spots the sunshine is not friendly. Not for, you know, not for over long distances. I was watching a video just yesterday talking about, you know, teleconverters, which are you know, lenses that you can attach to other certain lenses, not every lens, but other certain lenses, and extend your reach. And they have benefits, and they also have negative aspects to them. That's another wood duck. And this photographer, and he's obviously, he knows what he's talking about in terms of, I guess his primary interest is bird watching or bird photography, and he's pointing out how they can be helpful or not helpful depending on certain things. But one thing he mentioned is that if you are using one and on an already a lens with an already good reach. Someone just dove to the ground, or to the water. I think that's it looks like a, it's a tern, probably a Caspian. Anyway, he was, one thing he pointed out is, over distances, even if your lens is good with a teleconverter, and that's not always the case, but even if it is very effective with a teleconverter, you still could have issues, and these are issues we experience all the time. You can have issues looking over long distances. You get heat shimmer and or heat haze or whatever. So sometimes even if your lens is powerful enough to reach and look at a certain something, if it's a long distance away, very often you have a ruined view by that, ruined by that heat shimmer. And I've complained about it over the years many times. And it often will prevent us from getting a good look at something that, if we didn't have that heat shimmer, things would, be pretty good. And it may be called heat shimmer, or that's one term for it, but it's not, it doesn't occur exclusively during the warmer months. In fact, we have a big problem with it in the winter as well. Up ahead, what am I seeing? Are those cormorants in that tree? I think so, yes. Maybe we'll get a look at it in a minute. Hold on. That was through the windshield. Look at it without. Just a quick look. Again, double-crested cormorants. Let's continue. From a distance, they look like just black birds, but when you get to see them more closely, you realize how colorful they really are. great blue heron over here, but we haven't seen, really it's been fairly quiet so far here today. I wish we could have seen the least bittern, but just wasn't meant to be, I guess. Through the windshield, sorry, but another great blue heron. Might get a decent look at it. 1 second. All right, you know what? Maybe if I drive forward a little bit. Better here. All right, let's set it down. I can hear the cormorants a bit. They're in the tree behind us. Hold on a second, sorry. So again, we're looking at a great blue heron. And I might be hearing something else. Maybe. Sorry, I wanted to look at something, believe it or not. Alright, we're going to move on, I think. The cormorants have been coming and going from that tree. It looks like it's... Oh, and an osprey just took off from one of the trees and dove right down into the water. I wouldn't be surprised if I got something, although I haven't seen it yet. Come back up. Can't see the water from here. Oh, there it is. But there had been an osprey in the tree, and it went straight to the water. Is that a turkey vulture? Looks like it. So we've seen ospreys, we've seen a merlin, we've seen a turkey vulture, no eagles yet. I did see an eagle at home this morning, from a distance that is. You know, as I said earlier, you know, if you share that green heron video or any green heron video with somebody, it might, you know, might spark an interest in somebody else in the species or in birds in general. And, you know, bird watching is truly enjoyable. Obviously not for everybody. And as I've mentioned in the past, you know, I have bird feeders up for the colder months, but in the warmer months I remove them for various reasons. So I haven't had any bird feeders up since I believe May, early May. I don't remember exactly when. And so far fewer birds coming to you know, right near outside my window. And although some birds, especially the mourning doves, they like to go into my, you know, to my bird bath just for a drink or the occasional bath. And sometimes also house finches do the same. That's pretty much it. Haven't seen much other activity. But in recent weeks, on a couple of occasions, I've seen a hummingbird come to my deck, look around, and leave disappointed. Nothing there. And I've never had a hummingbird feeder, just because, you know, you have to take good care of them. If you don't take good care of them, that could lead to, you know, illness in the birds. And, you know, I definitely don't want to do that. I think I just saw maybe some starlings. I'm not sure. I think I'm hearing another. Hold on. I think I just heard I may have heard another least bittern, but we won't be able to see it, I think. Of course, it stopped calling. See, Merlin should have a setting where you turn off some of the video and you turn off the bird of the day and you turn off that other stuff, because quite honestly, sometimes you just don't have time for that. Okay, well, anyway, I heard something, and even if it was you know, a least bittern, there's no seeing any of this unless it happens to climb to the top of the reeds. Anyway. So, I've always hesitated, or actually, I've not hesitated, I've just never done a hummingbird feeder because of, you know, I don't want to hurt the birds. And finally, the other day, I put one up. I put one up, and I found a very simple one, and it's made of glass, so there's no, no concern about any chemicals within plastic leaching or anything like that. It's small, and it doesn't hold very much, but that's fine by me. And hearing somebody. This morning, well, it was within 5 minutes of putting it up. As it happened, one of the hummingbirds came by and looked at it. I don't know if it actually went to it and drank, because I had kind of looked away. And what I was doing is I was just trying to see if I wanted to take pictures, what would be the best camera lens. And it wasn't 5 minutes after I had put it up that the hummingbird came along, and they have definitely found it. This morning I personally saw 4 occasions when there was a hummingbird at the feeder, and what I'm getting at is it's just can be a very fulfilling experience to feed the birds, to watch the birds, and like I said, though, I mean, I'm not encouraging everybody to get a hummingbird feeder if you're not willing to take care of it. I put up my feeder on Thursday. I washed it, I emptied it and washed it and refilled it last night. So I've already washed it a second time. And that's my plan to, keep washing it very often, and keep the food fresh. And they're so tiny. They really are. I mean, you may know it, and I've known it for a long time, and you hear how small they are, and maybe you can read about them and see what the dimensions are, and you think, okay, that's that's small. But when you see one, it's like, wow, they really are tiny. Looks like an eagle to me, bald eagle. And that's an osprey. Is the eagle chasing after the osprey? Yeah, maybe. Let them go. Sometimes you'll see an eagle chasing after an osprey you know, if the osprey has a fish, and it will try to force the osprey to drop it. And I have seen that happen, and I have seen the eagle, though, afterward, you know, go and catch the fish as it fell. Recent weeks we've been seeing here in the Benning Marsh good activity, but last week not so much. We did see a couple sandhill cranes there last week, but no herons, no shorebirds. But that was last week. I'm not seeing anything now either. And on this side, you can't see anything. Just want to look at something. And I don't see any sandhill cranes today. It could be there, but I just can't see them. See a great blue heron, not well because of vegetation. It's my understanding that they are allowing the water levels at Mays Point to drop. And I'm not sure if they're completely draining or not, but they're allowing things to drop quite a bit, I guess. Which is, is it the right thing for the birds? That I don't know. Is it the right thing for us? Yeah, it probably would be helpful. Just in terms of us maybe possibly seeing more birds. The water levels have been fairly deep. I realize I have not been taking you out there much this season for some technical reasons, and but you haven't missed much, is my firm belief. And but actually, there had been reports yesterday, maybe the day before, I don't remember, and I think some today, of a snowy egret there, and also maybe sometimes going over to the Shockey Pool side. And I'd like to see a snowy egret, especially if we could have a good look. We've seen them before. It's considered a rare species for this area. Usually they're farther south, and not up here. The snowy egret it's a smaller species, smaller than the great egret, but and if you're not looking carefully, it can be, especially if they're together. If it's mixed in with a number of great egrets, just hunting, it could be easily missed, even though it is smaller. Because sometimes, a great egret, for instance, will be, down low to the water as it's trying to, get a fish. And if you see a snowy, you may assume it's just another great egret. But there are some differences. They are beautiful, and we have, like I said, we have seen them on, a few occasions over the years. But I wouldn't say we've ever had a spectacular look at one. Either they've been too far, or the conditions have been poor in terms of being maybe overly sunny or something like that. So, we've never had a look at one that has made me think, wow, that was great, So I wouldn't mind having a look at one today if possible. It'd be great to see. And but out here, and we've been seeing decent great egret activity here in this stretch in recent weeks. There's one there, and there's another one. Two actually. I might get them here. They're together, two of them, or at least somewhat near each other. Actually, see, it just shows you how important angles are. They're not as close to each other as I might have imagined. And there's another one there, and another one there, and another one over there, and some Canada geese who look like they'll probably, maybe everybody, there are a few Canada geese over here actually, there are some right here too. So I mean, the water here in this stretch, it's not very deep, and that's the kind of water that's going to draw, the wading birds like the great blue herons, great egrets, etc. And at Mays Point, the water's been fairly deep, so far less activity. But I think things have, in some areas especially, like last week I did run out there and there were some egrets there, and but not very close. And the viewing might have been just so-so if we had gotten out of the car. So that's why I didn't. More egrets over, hold on a second, okay, more over here. Great egret. Sorry, I need to keep those other windows open just because it's too hot in here otherwise. More Canada geese over here. Hold on one second. Yep. So maybe not our best visit to Wildlife Drive, but not too bad really. As always, I'd like to see more, but it is what it is. Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Oh. No. The visitor center area, by the way, here, my understanding is, I guess I don't know if they're definite. The people inside the visitor center didn't know with any certainty, but I think they'll cut down the grasses that are in that area along the driveway, and maybe they'll allow some water in or some. I don't know. I think that's what they might do. I hope they do cut the grasses down. And I hope there will be some water, just for our sake, as long as it's not harmful to the birds in any way. Because that area, if it does have some water, can be a great draw for shorebirds and also for various ducks and things. So it might be nice to see that. 78 degrees still, supposedly, if you can believe it. Now, I wouldn't mind if there is a snowy egret. It'd be great to see. Maybe what we'll do is what we have been doing as usual, is maybe I'll run out there and just have a look. Well, hold on a second. No. Just see something here. I see a white spot in one of the trees. I'm not saying that's it. It's probably a great egret, if I had to guess. Yeah, it looks like it. Well, I can't tell the difference at this distance, but that's probably what's going on. What I want to do is I think we'll park at Mays Point. I'll look out. I see an osprey in the air. I'll look out and see if it's worth getting everything out of the car, and especially if there is a snowy visible. Yeah, no surprise. There's some cars here. We'll see if it's worth getting out. If there's no one visible, then maybe. Or if the visibility even of great egrets or something like that, if it's nothing special, then maybe we'll move on. But if it is good, maybe we'll stop and we'll have a look at things. So anyway, as usual, please don't touch anything. I'll be right back. I'll get everything running. I'll be back in a couple minutes. You're hearing fans that are just cooling equipment. we are not staying, and that's because there are great egrets here, and they're in reasonable view, but not great view. They're not very, very close. And if there is a snowy egret, I couldn't find it. And my thinking is, even if there is a snowy egret, even if I did see it, well, I didn't see it well enough to make it worth seeing. I mean, if we want to just check it off on a list, that's one thing. If we want to actually see it, that's another. I mean, really see it. And so, as you know, or you should by now, that's not my thing. I like to, I like to show you things if I can, show you well. Now, it's one thing if we're talking about, let's say we're talking about the hawks, the red-tailed hawks on the Cornell campus. And yes, we want to see them, but if, for instance, we're just wondering about, how they're doing, and we don't get to see one, don't get to see it until the very end of the night, and like, oh, there it is, and it looks fine, then that's fine. That's a different matter altogether. But what did I see? I saw mostly great egrets. I did see an osprey or two. I did see some gulls, and I did see some great blue herons, but not much else really. So we are moving on. It's, quite honestly, it's tempting to come back to a couple places today. One, Wildlife Drive, where the Lease Bittern was, and two, Maze Point or possibly Shockey Pool. I saw, I think it was today, a report about Shockey Pool, and it was from an experienced and talented bird watcher in Chris Wood. He reported, I think it was today, he reported it was on the Shockey Pool side. And I mean, he knows his stuff, so if he says it was on the Shockey Pool side, I believe it. And he knows what he's talking about. So anyway, I'm saying, it's tempting to come back, but I don't think we will. If it were late in the day, and we were here to finish the day here instead of Ithaca, then I might say, okay, well, we'll probably have another chance, but that's not the case, obviously. Welcome to East Road. This was where we actually saw our first, I think it was our first good look at a green heron, but we haven't seen one since. We did see, obviously, the one at Sapsucker, but I'm saying here we haven't seen one since. To our left, not a bird, but just want to bring to your attention, this is not corn. Not right here anyway. Up there is. And the reason why I bring it to your attention is because, all things being equal, following harvest and everything, I think sandhill cranes prefer corn to soy. And I think that's soy. And, last year in the fall, we were seeing, at times, we were seeing a lot of sandhill cranes around, and including on that hill. Up ahead in the air, not the plane, but up ahead in the air, I see, looks like maybe either a turkey vulture or an osprey, or maybe an eagle. Let's stop right here for a second and look. eagle. Here's the difference between bird watchers and non-bird watchers. You're driving around as a non-bird watcher, and now as a bird watcher. Ooh, what's that? So over here we've got some great egrets. Some swallows flying around, not a lot, but a number of them. But looking down below, I mean, I'm seeing the occasional white spot where maybe an egret is, but not much else, at least not with the naked eye. Some cormorants there, along with that egret. Looks like a gull there. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll turn around. They've fortunately trimmed some of the grasses that are closer here. That helps a bit. There's still some tall grasses we have to contend with, but is that a monarch? I think so. All right, let me sit you down. Things here. So this is the great egret that had around it some double-crested cormorants. You can see it's that heat shimmer. Look, I'm holding things pretty still, but you see that waviness in the image, and that's because of that was a great egret. That's because of the heat shimmer. And I believe there is a great blue heron over here. Yep, there's one there. And did I see another one? I thought I did. Maybe not. No, maybe that was it. I think so. Oh, and there's another one there, though. So if the vegetation doesn't get you, the heat shimmer will. I'm hearing American goldfinches. Okay, I want to look at things with binoculars. I see a couple ducks. I'm not sure what they are. I think they were ducks, and I just heard a gallinule, but the ducks look like they apparently flew in behind there where we cannot see, so thanks. Oh, who's that there? Cormorants and gulls. Just a reminder, the cormorants are not ducks. You're hearing common gallinules. Let me look at binoculars just a bit. 1 second. Oh, okay. I was looking and hoping to see a black-crowned night heron, and here's one down here. See, I want to explain something. I've mentioned it before, but I was able to see this fairly quickly with the binoculars. It's because it has a much wider view, and that makes such a difference, at least for me. The back on Wildlife Drive, now maybe it works for her, and she was looking over a limited area. I'll give her that. But when that one woman kept looking for a least bidder, and she was using a scope, and that's fine. But personally, I think, okay, look, seek with the binoculars, see with the scope, find it, then look at it with the scope. So anyway, that's a black-crowned night heron. Maybe a little bit larger than a green heron. A little bit stockier, just a little bit, I would say. Anyway, we're looking over a large, wide area, and, using the binoculars. That's why I often say, here, let me look with binoculars. Because that helps me, look over a given area much more quickly, but with a reasonable level of magnification. And then if anything looks like, okay, I should have a closer look at this, then I get the scope and do so. What's that out there? Probably nothing. Well, not nothing. It's probably a gull. It looks like it way out there swimming by the, whatever that machine is. I think we're going to move on. Let's do that. That person there that you might be seeing now was at, I believe that person was at Mays Point. I didn't ask her if she had seen the, I was tempted to ask her if she was seeing the snowy egret, but if she's the person I believe she is, she's not very friendly. So I didn't ask. let's move on. We don't have much time left up here. Some swallows up ahead here. Quite a few, actually. Hopefully we won't disturb them. I can go back that way and not disturb them, but then disturb the dust and give her a lot of dust as I drive by, so I don't want to do that. And unfortunately, all the swallows are taking off now. Wow, all along the lines here. Let's just drive through quickly. And you might say, why drive through quickly? Isn't that worse? I think not, only because I don't want to disturb things too much, but if they're flying when I'm driving slowly, then they're just going to keep flying to the next part of the wire and then be disturbed again. So I figure just do it once and let them fly once and then fly back when we've quickly passed by. I do that sometimes also if we've got a kestrel, for instance, on power lines. Sometimes it's best to just say, okay, let me just get by here, and instead of doing it so slowly so it keeps repeatedly taking off, let me just make it, if it has to take off, let it take off just once. I do try, as I've said before, I try to disturb the, whatever nature. I try to do as little as possible to disturb. Alright, we're going to head to Van Dyne Spoor. It's late, it's 20 after 3, so I don't want to spend too much time there. Days are getting shorter. We may soon change things up a bit again in terms of where we go when we go. Thinking about it. I don't know if you just saw that large vehicle on the road that was heading in the opposite direction. It's interesting when you see such things, only because you just get maybe a sense that there's a lot that goes on, and I imagine that was some kind of a farm vehicle, and there's a lot that goes on to raise the food that is raised in this country. It's just, it's just pretty interesting. I don't know what that vehicle was. It didn't, it had very large tires and everything. That's fine. Could be that it's not something that actually works on the crops, but maybe it tows a trailer or something onto the fields, or something like that. Wouldn't surprise me. I'm somewhat used to seeing such vehicles. I mean, I'm not stuck in a major city and unable to see any kind of rural or agricultural area. I see them often enough, but it's still interesting that when you see a large, vehicle like that, not just like a lawn tractor. I mean, something much more serious. Supposedly. It still feels hot when the sun is coming right into the car, but obviously it's a little cooler today than, it's not like a 90-degree day. It makes a big difference. And, from what I've seen, some of the nights have been a little bit cooler lately. And just comfortable, signal? No, I didn't. Deliberately. There's no one around. In the air, up ahead and to our left, and about to fly over the road, a turkey vulture. I don't know if, I pointed out that field, a little short while ago that was planted with soy as opposed to corn like the prior year. What I don't know is if that is primarily for just crop rotation purposes and the health of the soil, or if, I imagine there's some market for the soy that they grow, assuming it's soy. But I suspect they also like to do it because it does benefit the soil. Could be wrong. I may be wrong, but I think if the purpose is like a legume crop will help to fix nitrogen. I think that's what it is in the soil. swallows here also. That was a unicycle, by the way, a powered unicycle. Okay, we are on East Road, by the way. I'm sorry, on Van Dyke's Tour Road, not East Road. We probably won't end up spending all that much time here unless we see something really interesting. It's quiet though. I'm not hearing any singing or calls. Remember, this is the smooth part. I was in the visitor center and I was just talking with the people there, and the question did occur to me, like, why do they stop smoothing it over once you're clear of the woods? And I just never, just the conversation went in such a way that I wasn't able to get that question out, and I had to leave. Wanted to, I had to get started up, for the tour. Something. I saw a shadow. I hear a squirrel. Could be because of us. But I saw a shadow, a bird shadow, fly across the road. I would say, though, that the shadow was not very well defined, so maybe the bird was up at a pretty reasonable elevation, but it seemed like it was relatively large. Some swallows on the lines up ahead. Some swallows on the ground up ahead. They do that. Swallows are actually pretty interesting. I mean, I keep coming back to that, mentioning those times when we were here last year, and you know, late in the day, and all of a sudden there'd be thousands of swallows flying in out of nowhere. Look like, well, there are ducks out there, and some probable gallinules, but I'm not sure what those ducks are. Maybe mallards. We should probably try to look at some of those ducks. Maybe we will on the way back, when my driver's window is out on that side. Some gulls on the utility poles. My guess is ring-billed. You know, we haven't seen as much as I would like, but weather-wise, it's a nice day. You know, in the sun, sure, it gets hot, but it's actually a pretty nice summer day. What'd I tell you? They didn't bother to treat this part of the road. And you can't really see these potholes. I mean, it's tough to say, oh, there's one, and you turn to avoid it. Great blue heron right there. Oh, who was that? Wait a minute. Gallinule. And another one, young one, both of them. And oh, I think I see pied-billed grebes. Hold on, let me see if I can get them in view. Oh, those aren't grebes, they're gallinules. And that looks like a coot, an American coot. Very similar to the gallinule. I just heard a song sparrow. Oh, there's a great egret over here. Let's keep moving. Not much going on from what I can see. As I've been saying, I suspect things may be, that activity picks up later in the day. I could be wrong. And I could really be wrong. No, I should say, obviously I could really be wrong. I could be really wrong, is what I'm saying. You know, last year we were seeing a lot of great egret and great blue heron activity when we were coming back here late in the day, but I suspect much of that activity was here during the day, and the great egrets, for instance, would tend to gather late in the day and be together. But I'm not seeing, you know, a lot of great egrets here already. Now, maybe they are in the general area, and then eventually they fly and they roost together. I mean, there could be other bodies of water that they're using, and that's very possible, I guess. I would guess that maybe there's more black-crowned night heron activity later in the day, and you know, maybe other things that pop up. We're reaching an area now where there is actually some vegetation, you know, either poking through and or it's just floating there or whatever, and that sometimes will bring other birds. Graves down here. And I see right there, I'm just not sure if we can get a good look at it. That's a belted kingfisher. Let's see if we can do something to get a good look at it, if possible. We may have a heat shimmer problem. Oh, it took off. Took off. It may come back, but nope. Took off. That's not fair. Okay, well. Let me just look with binoculars then, very quickly, since we're here. Some more grebes. Not much really that I can discern. Let's move on. No sense in going all the way to the end of the road. Haven't seen any Canada geese. They were. We kept seeing them, you know, at the end there, or near the end. But I didn't. I mean, I didn't look very, very closely, but I didn't see any. There's another vehicle on the road up ahead. unicycles here too. Not sure what I just saw. It was a darker bird, but I'm not sure what it was. Reasonably quick wing beat. Oh, black-crowned night heron. Okay, as you can see, it flew maybe towards the edge of the water, closer to the road, and in terms of our viewing, that's not going to be good, maybe even impossible. Just heard a song sparrow, by the way. I don't know where exactly the black-crowned night heron landed, and I suspect we will not be able to see it. We had a decent look at one a couple weeks ago, but we had heat shimmer as an issue. And if we were to go back to that same spot, I'm sure we'd have heat shimmer as an issue again, where we saw it a couple weeks ago. Oh, I see it. I see it. Hold on a second. Hold on. Past it. I can't see it now. Let me just deal with things here. Let's see if we can get a look at it without... I don't want to frighten it. I could probably move the vehicle, but I think I'd startle this black-crowned night heron, so I don't want to move it any to get that vegetation out of the way. We wouldn't be able to get all of it out of the way, but
Notice the bill is relatively short. It's not as long proportionally into the head as it is for the great blue heron or the green heron. It's a relatively short bill, I would say. Well, you know what? Maybe the green heron reasonably close in terms of proportion. Again, I'd love to move a little bit, but we can't get all that vegetation out of the way. But again, we're looking at a black-crowned night heron. And this is probably the closest we've been to one and had a view. Maybe not the best view we've had, though. The one we had a couple weeks ago was kind of maybe a little better. Even though we had a longer distance and the heat shimmer. I think if I were to start the car, it might startle this black-crowned night heron, and moving wouldn't help either. It seemed like it might have even been concerned when we backed up to get some view, but it's been okay since. This goes to show you, though, the black-crowned night heron is generally going to favor areas that are, that are covered a bit or provide some cover, and that's why it's near the shore right now. You do occasionally see them out in the open. We saw one kind of sort of out in the open when we were at East Road. Now, this, if you didn't know, this is a much smaller member of the heron family than the great blue heron. There's a great blue heron over here. The legs are shorter in proportion, and they're shorter in absolute measure. And the neck is also shorter, although it can reach, just like the green heron. We're going to move on, I think. Slowly but surely. All right, let's just drive away.
I'm glad we were able to drive away without apparently startling the black-crowned night heron. I'm glad we got to see it. You know, I would have liked a better view, sure. Okay, I think we're going to take a break. Time for a break, everybody, and I think we'll restart at about probably 5:30, 5:45, maybe closer to 5:45. Just make sure you got the message. Hello everybody, welcome to a sunny Sapsucker Woods. A little bit of a breeze. I forgot to note the temperature before I shut off the engine, and that's too bad. But I'd say it's roughly the same upper 70s, lower 80s type thing we were seeing earlier. I'm just getting set up here for a walk. It is nice and sunny, as I indicated, which may be fine. Could cause us some problems like it did last week. The sun was nice, to be sure, but sometimes when we were looking at the green heron, for instance, that sun was kind of difficult for me to deal with in terms of the dealing with the camera and its reaction to the light. Maybe it's my own lack of understanding about how a certain aspect of the camera works. I don't know. But anyway, I am just about ready. Let's see what we can see. Oh, I have seen or heard a mourning dove, American goldfinches, an American crow, and that's about it. That's about it. All right, I'll be right with you. I believe I'm hearing faintly a gray catbird. I almost stopped at Mays Point on my way back, but I continued driving. I kind of wanted another look to see if maybe the snowy egret was there and in view, but I wanted to hurry back. There were other people there. I could see their cars as I was driving by. And I wonder if they saw anything. Hearing an American goldfinch now. It's an active time of year. They're, if they're not in, they're heading into their breeding season. As I've mentioned in prior weeks, they're late breeders. So my understanding is they breed in August. And I think the thinking is that late breeding kind of corresponds with some of their preferred food sources. You know, you look for any kind of a beautiful image. I'm not sure if this will be a beautiful image or not, but let's see. We might be too close. Might be, I don't know. Well, not gorgeous, especially because of that sign behind it. Let's move over here. Maybe we can change our background. It's a little better. As I've said before, angles, 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 light, light, light. I'm absolutely not an expert photographer, but it's fun to try anyway. And you look from here, and that's a very different picture now. Those three clusters of flowers, when we were farther back, they looked like they were all close to each other. Now they're clearly not. So again, angles, angles, angles. That's the wind, not me.
love honeybees. Hold on a second. What is that? Let's look again. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, too close. I was too close to focus with this setup. Okay, let's go. I'm not sure what I'm hearing. Blue jay, maybe? I am hearing a gray catbird, definitely. Hold on, I better get my phone out. I think it's probably a blue jay. Definitely blue jay. Yeah. Blue jays and catbirds, great catbirds. So we were lucky enough last week to see a green heron in this area, and we first saw it over there, and there was another person here taking photographs, and she had a better angle, I think. All I see now is there is that fallen tree and a few turtles on it, but I can't see very well just because of the grasses. And the question is there a green heron here today? Not that I see. Not yet, anyway. All right, let's look around a little bit. Let's look at these turtles first, and then I'll look around with my binoculars. Look at the dragonflies, I think, behind them. So while you're looking there, I'm going to look around. I see a couple of ducks on the fallen tree out there. I also see belted kingfisher here, But out here, see, the sun is causing me some problems here. But out here we have these beautiful hooded mergansers. Probably the same two we saw last week. What did I hear? I'm hearing red-winged blackbirds. I thought I heard, for lack of a better way to describe it, a grunt from a heron, but I'm not sure. I think I just heard a grackle. Oh, I just heard, not close, but I just heard a, Carolina wren. Who's that up there? I see a red-bellied woodpecker, I think. Just heard something. Hold on. I don't know what I heard. All right, let's leave the tripod here. Let's walk over. See if our view can improve or change or whatever. Not sure what I heard. Oh, you know what? It's probably a catbird. That I heard. Okay, let's, I think we're going to move on. We're going to walk around. Maybe we'll have some luck with herons elsewhere. Say, I think that's a starling at center. Could be wrong. That looks like a grackle up there. And I'm not sure if I just heard a red-bellied woodpecker or a hairy. All right, let's get to the trails. It's hot here in the sun. Well, it's still rattling, but whatever. Did I just hear a northern cardinal? Possibly. A chip note. Am I hearing a Canada goose? Sounds like it may be in the air. Maybe. We really haven't seen all that many Canada geese today. I'm not sure who's vocalizing. It could be probably a flycatcher of one sort or another. And as soon as I can set things down, I'll get Merlin out and have it listen. It says it's hearing a bird, but I can't tell what it is, or at least it's not telling me yet. Still doesn't know. Oh, come on. We're hearing it, definitely red-winged blackbirds. It should be, it's not hearing anything. Okay, no help from Merlin. Forget it. It's just not getting it. Merlin's not perfect, but it's quite good. But that repeated call, I wonder if it's a phoebe. Oh, I may have just heard a song sparrow. I'm sorry, a swamp sparrow. We're going to move on. Blue jay again. It's usually, late August into September. We start to hear, the blue jays more often, and they, at least to me, in my experience here, they can tend to be the most vocal of the birds that are here at, in late summer. I think I might be hearing a chip note from the cardinal and the blue jay. Is that a chickadee? maybe. It's been overall so far a fairly quiet day. We've had a few good things to see, but it's been quiet. You know, maybe it's my fault for, just going where I go when I go. But, August can be that way. You definitely have overall fewer vocalizations, as I've mentioned before. There's a lot less singing going on. There's, and birds are just busy being birds rather than calling to each other and or singing. So it can make finding them a little bit more difficult, or maybe a lot more difficult. If you think about it, I mean, even look how the red-winged blackbirds, their behavior changes. Early in the spring, they arrive and we see them often, and we see males chasing after each other or chasing after females, whatever, being vocal, singing, and now it's much different. You don't see that. They're not so territorial. We hardly saw them along Wildlife Drive today. Hearing an American goldfinch. Oh, I forgot. I did, as I was driving up on the very edge of the woods, where the woods actually kind of, if you're in a tree, you can overlook the road. I did see a red-tailed hawk. And I would probably consider that part of Sapsucker Woods, just so as you know. Forgot to mention it. So if I were writing a list of all the species at Sapsucker today and during my visit, I would have counted that. Oh, I just heard an eastern wood pewee. Pewee. I'd say the temperature is actually, I don't know what the actual temperature is, but it's fairly comfortable. It's not too bad. Especially here in the woods, in the shade, it's not, you're not getting that very intense sunshine. So it's not bad at all here. Even in the car today in Montezuma, for the most part, it wasn't too hot. Sometimes it can feel really hot in the car and uncomfortable, but it wasn't all that bad today. other than the eastern wood pewee, and there's nothing going on around here from what I can see or hear. So far this year, I don't believe we've seen a barred owl, or at least if we've had any sightings, they've been pretty skimpy. It's too bad. I love seeing them, and certainly nothing. We've had no luck like we did last year, both with adults and the two babies that we saw. At this point, I'm hoping for just a lucky sighting, just to see one or something. And but the easy way to do it, if you're a barred owl and you're kind to visitor Ferris, you call out so I know that you're there and I can go looking for you in a certain area, as opposed to the entire woods. That's if you're nice. Either that, or else, if you don't want to do that, have the other birds call out alarms. I'll take that too. But we just haven't had that. Now, sometimes we've seen barred owls, and there have been no birds around calling out. So, I mean, that definitely happens. And, I don't know, is it that somehow the owl has remained undiscovered, which is possible. I mean, we don't see that many birds in this area right now, as it is. Or is it that they recognize it as a primarily nocturnal bird, primarily. And, maybe at that time, not as much of a threat. I don't know. We were lucky, I think, earlier this year, or unless it was late last year, I don't remember, with short-eared owls. Not here, but elsewhere. We didn't really see that much of the snowy owls this past winter. Either they weren't at the airport, or when they were, we just couldn't get a good view. So if we saw them, it was maybe from a long distance, or they've changed at the airport anyway. They don't allow us through anymore. I will admit, I don't find it easy to find an owl. If there is one just sitting there quietly, have to just look in the right place at the right time for enough time for that shape to register. And there's so many, if you look around, there's so many places where something could be. That's why it's helpful when you have vocalizations from either the owl itself or other birds who are sounding an alarm. It's beautiful here today, really, if you think about it. I mean, even though we're not seeing that many birds, it's very nice here in the woods. As I mentioned, it's not overly hot, and just wonderful. A little bit of noise coming from the roads. Not really bad. Before the tour, I used to spend more time here than I do nowadays. And it was maybe a little different back then for a couple reasons. In terms of the overall experience, I was walking more of the trails, I would say. One second, I won't look this way. And doing it a little bit more slowly. And, I wonder how they might have changed, and it's impossible for someone like me to say how the woods have changed in terms of what you might expect to see over the years. I was thinking a few minutes ago about, I used to see deer quite often. We see them every once in a while here, obviously. And maybe it's the fact that, for the most part, when I'm here these days, I walk the Wilson Trail. That's what we're on now. Occasionally we make a detour or something. Maybe I could have or should have gone across the street. Haven't done that in a while. Anyway, used to see a lot of deer. Now the fencing that they've put up probably has discouraged the deer. It must have from some areas. But as I think I've mentioned before, very often I would encounter deer, and sometimes I would be actually fairly close to them and be able to take close-up photos without too much of a problem. And I've even had one instance when I was, I think here on the Wilson Trail, and there were one or two deer, and they didn't have, maybe it was one, didn't seem to have even the slightest concern for me at all. In fact, I couldn't get good photos because the deer wouldn't look at me. I was busy just doing whatever. And that was my problem in that instance. And so, I do wonder how things have changed over the years. And some things have definitely changed, not necessarily in wildlife, but in recent years, as you likely remember, they've cut down a number of trees because of the emerald ash borer and the damage that invasive insect has caused. And I remember way back when, before the tour ever began, that there were concerns about it. And they would even occasionally have I think it was a trap or something for them that would, they would check that trap just to see if that species was around. And obviously it did come around, and they had to chop down quite a few trees, which is, it's sad to see. Now, who's that? I'll bet that's a titmouse, but I'm not sure. Yes, tufted titmouse. Merlin agrees. Could say this is all my brother's fault. All of it. I mean, maybe I would have made my way here anyway, eventually. Maybe not. I don't know. I was getting some interest in birds, but I didn't have any cameras or anything like that. But he's the one that suggested we come here and visit. Way back in 2008. I'm hearing a peewee again. And if he hadn't done that and I hadn't come here, and there's a very decent likelihood I never would have made it here. I mean, I wasn't that interested in birds yet. Maybe I never would have come here, and there never would have been a tour. I do hear a chickadee. And easternwood peewee. Yeah, easternwood peewee. And we're going to keep going. Can't see here really. I wish I knew, I don't know if that, in this area I often smell some kind of herb growing. I don't know if it's thyme. I don't know why my mind thinks thyme. I mean, probably wrong. I don't smell it quite as strongly here. Often in here somewhere. Anyway, we're hearing that peewee a little bit more loudly now. Peewee. Oh, I just heard a cedar waxwing, I believe. And there's a great catbird that just flew through, and maybe another catbird's over here. See, the problem is here on this bridge, I have a hard time setting up my tripod, although, okay, the legs are all down now. Somebody's over there. I don't think it is a catbird. It might be something else. Could be wrong. And someone just flew up here. Hold on. See if I can get it. I don't see it, but I think I'm in the right spot. Anyway, back here, maybe nothing. So let's continue on towards the water. You know, I'm going to leave you in place. Let's walk. Hold on, what is that? That's probably a cedar wax. Huh? Come on. Jeez. Camera strap. Got caught on my binoculars. Hold on, what is that? It says white-throated sparrow. So we're hearing a white-throated sparrow. And according to Merlin, it's an unlikely thing to hear. Okay, let's move forward. Oh, catbird again. And I think I'm hearing a different catbird to our left. Okay, it's still there. Okay, well, let's make our way there. And again, I'm leaving you on there on the scope. I think I see a great blue heron. Usual spot. While you're looking at the great blue heron, I'm going to look around. Looks like an eastern kingbird there. I may be wrong, but I think so. Hold on, I gotta get Merlin back out again. Now it's saying northern cardinal, gray catbird. Well, this time it's not saying white-throated sparrow, but I'm hearing that, whatever that vocalization is, quite clearly. So maybe it was wrong the first time. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's look at the heron again. Hang on, let's move forward a little bit. And now look at the heron. Oh, I think I just heard a green heron. I may be wrong. No, that's not a green heron. I think it's a veery. Either that or it was a blue jay mimicking. I don't hear it now. And Merlin doesn't hear it either. Merlin's saying it's hearing a cedar waxwing. Oh shoot, I shouldn't have turned it off. Hold on. Come grackle, okay, but okay, I guess I did not hear. I'm saying white-throated sparrow again. I'm not so sure Merlin knows what I was talking about today. Okay, well, anyway, let me look around with binoculars a little bit more. Well, not too much going on here, really. I mean, I see the great blue heron, nice to see, but a little bit far away for us to get like good close-ups, and it's just preening. So I think we're going to move on. Let me look over here. I can't really do that with the scope where it is now. just want to look at something. I can't believe that's what I think it might be. Probably not, but let's just want to look at something. Yeah, that's nothing. Okay, let's move on. I think we might end up going back to the water, at the beginning again, just to have another look there. Last week, we were slower in terms of our total trip because in the beginning we watched the green heron for an extended period, and again later on for a few moments. That was a gray catbird was on a trail. Today we haven't had any extended looks at anything, so overall we're, getting through more quickly. A couple, at least one northern flicker. The other two birds took off from the trail. I'm sorry, I hadn't known they were there, but they were northern. I think one of them was a northern flicker. The other one I didn't really get to see closely, but I'm guessing it was also. Northern flicker. I know I say this often, but if you didn't know, I think that was it. It's a type of woodpecker. And do I see one? Maybe. Someone went up there. But we're hearing a northern flicker now. Not where I'm looking, but maybe where one of them went. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Come on, bugs, leave me alone. There. No, that's a red-bellied woodpecker there. Young one. And I'm hearing a robin. And yeah, that's a northern flicker vocalizing. You know what? Let me. Oh shoot! I missed it. There were two of them interacting a little bit. Where am I? Where'd they go? Oh, there's one. Well, I should say there were two birds. I don't know if they were both red-bellied woodpeckers or not. And as I said, I had been hearing a northern flicker, and there's the robin. I can't see it. It's up in here. Just flew up there. Okay, we're going to move on. Is that a robin? Yeah, I think so. Okay, let's move on. That's right, I wanted to look at something. Hold on 1 second. Now, we were here last week when we saw the green heron for a second time. I don't see anything now. Oh, our mergansers are out there and swimming. Let's watch them a bit. Could be very nice light. Hold on. Maybe. I hear an eastern kingbird. And I just heard a downy woodpecker. How'd you get there already? Wait a minute, are there 3 ducks? Oh, that's a wood duck. That is a wood duck, different entirely. So this is a wood duck here. Let's look more closely. 1 second. It's a male. And the other ducks are hooded mergansers. Where are they? And they may also be headed towards the fallen tree there. I'm not sure. I don't know where they are right now. Okay, I'll get you back on the wood duck for the moment. And I'm going to look around with binoculars. Just saw a belted kingfisher, but it flew up where we can't see it. I still don't know where the mergansers went. Where'd they go? I don't know. Seriously, where'd they go? Oh, who's this? Mourning dove, I think. Yeah, mourning dove above me. You know, that might not have been, well, I don't know. Probably was. So, we were watching 2 hooded mergansers. I don't know where they went. Oh, could that be? Maybe, how'd they get over there? How did they get over there? How'd they get way over there? I mean, I know they swim underneath the water, but still. Okay, we're going to move on. No geese today. I thought I might have been hearing one in flight, but I'm not sure. And certainly hasn't made a peep since, if it was a goose. something. We should look at something while we're here. I see one of the mergansers over there, but not in good, clear view. Hold on. Look at all the bugs there. I can only speculate. Those bugs might draw fish, and those fish draw mergansers, but not necessarily. I'm not saying that the mergansers look for such things. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Can't see very well. Alright, let's keep walking. What am I hearing? I think probably American goldfinch, but I'm hearing something that is confusing me. Hold on. Okay, now it's still saying red-winged blackbird and American goldfinch. Yeah, you know what it is? I'm hearing an American goldfinch that has something going on with his voice. Not quite right. It doesn't seem able to make the full song. Or that full, I don't know what it is, that full call. Dee-dee, dee-dee. That's one thing, and that was one of the challenges, I think, even in the beginning, for Merlin, or for the developers of Merlin, I should say. You know, just saw a great blue heron there, so that's probably our second one, unless the first one had moved, but it was down there, it just took off. I probably startled it, even though it wasn't close. You know, from one bird to another in a given species, there's probably going to be a little bit of variation, you know, in a given song or call. Some species have a lot more variation than others, but that's a fact. So to have electronics understand what is being heard and matching it up to a database can be a challenge, I imagine. But they obviously managed to overcome those challenges. But in the case of just a minute or two ago, we were hearing something that wasn't just a slight variation. Clearly, that American goldfinch had something going on with its voice. In a way, believe it or not, in a way I don't want to see a green heron, or at least not get a great look at one. And what I mean is, if we do see one, I'll be tempted to stay and watch it a long time. And I can imagine some of you saying, "Oh, this again? We saw one last week." And I feel that way about, a number of species that, sometimes we'll go through periods of time when we get to see them well, and for an extended period in each case. And sometimes it's like, okay, enough already. And I can understand that. But from my perspective, did I see the great blue heron again? I think so. Maybe it's in flight and flying. It was flying from, in my view, from left to right, but I didn't get a good look at it. Now, who's up here? Starlings. Okay. I think they're starlings. Anyway, from my perspective, let's say we have a great look at something in a given week. Let's say sandhill cranes. The following week, if I see sandhill cranes again and I have that opportunity, well, maybe, I don't know, maybe something about the second sighting will be even better than the first. Maybe we'll have a super close-up that's really sharp. You never know. Sometimes maybe the second time you're farther away, but somehow the conditions are better. The prior week you were closer, but it was really, really sunny, and it was hard to deal with that overly bright sunshine. But the following week, maybe they were a little farther, but it was a cloudy day, and you had a great look. So you never know. Here's a crow, and I think I see, is that a robin up there? Probably. No, it's a mourning dove. Okay, we're going to walk, I think, back to the pond just to have a look. You never know. A couple weeks ago we did that, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we saw a green heron briefly, and we saw an osprey that night. I may not chase rarities as much as other people do. I will occasionally try to go see them, but I do love the surprises. Meaning, even if it's not a rarity, maybe you get a special look. So I do love those. love it when, you know, let's say I'm here at Sapsucker, I'm packing up, and all of a sudden maybe a red-tailed hawk comes through or something like that. You're hearing American goldfinches. Don't worry, we won't spend too much time here unless we see something really interesting. We'll get to the campus. I don't know how we'll do things on the campus. Will we just drive primarily, or will we walk? A mix of the two. It's a gray catbird you're hearing. Another great catbird. And there's someone seated there. I wonder if he sees or has seen something. Hold on a second, I want to show you something. You know what? I'll show you this way. That shimmering is from the bugs or something, primarily. I don't know if this might be better. Wood duck out there. Okay, let's get closer now. See if there's maybe a green heron or somebody. Anything there? Oh, green heron? Oh, great. Oh, there it is. Thank you. That's going to walk out of view in a moment. It is out of view. I think I hear a second one. Maybe. Sorry. On uneven ground. Do you see it? Do you see it?
Yeah. You hear from anything specific or just general birding?
General birding, but came back here. I've already been here, but I came back just in case there was a green heron.
Did you see anything exciting today?
No, not really. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Are the barred owls still around?
Well, I haven't seen one actually in months, but they're around.
Okay.
They should be, as far as I know. I saw something fly over. I was looking at this green heron. Something else. Was it a green heron?
Yeah, another green heron.
Well, no surprise. I heard one.
He's just on the branch behind.
Oh, you can see it?
Yeah, you can see like through the catchpole.
I can't see it. Got those grasses in my way.
He's just in the shade if you can
Hold on, let me look with binoculars. Pardon me? Oh, they both just took off? Oh, thanks.
Things are getting upset.
Yeah. There are some hooded mergansers here also today. I don't know where the herons went. I can't. It's too sunny.
I think they went
Over the berm?
Over the bird also?
Pretty much. I'm actually live streaming right now.
Are you on the Discord server?
No, I'm on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Because I heard reports of a whistling duck.
A black-bellied whistling duck?
Up on Montezuma.
I think there was one last week. I don't know about today. I know there were reports of one. I didn't see it, but I heard about it. Well, I guess show's over. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate it. Good luck.
What kind of setup do you have it? It's just a scope with the...
I can't say too much because I'm live streaming, but works for me. The camera and scope combination works pretty well, and it's all manual focus. So if that's a big deal, then it's a big deal. For me, quite honestly, half the time I'm fine. I'm looking at a bird on a tree or something, and I want to focus myself anyway. So it's not that big a deal. But sometimes it can be, sometimes it can be a challenge if, you're trying to stay with a bird in motion. You have to keep adjusting the focus yourself. But again, not a big deal. Thank you. Take care. So, we did see a green heron, and we saw the one that we were watching react to the other one flying in. I never really did get to see. I think I saw the two flying away, but I didn't really get them for you. But glad to see, and I'm glad we went back to the water. As I said, bird watching can be, for me anyway, a rewarding experience. And sometimes, you make the decision, oh, let me just check one more time in this one area or something, and you're lucky enough to see something. I thought when we were looking, unfortunately, we didn't get the greatest of looks, but we had some decent looks, I'd say. When we were looking at the one, I was pretty sure I heard a different one. So, and I thought there were probably two. As I mentioned earlier today, they are unfortunately in steep decline. And it's unfortunate. It's sad to hear that. I'm hoping, who knows, will there be a rebound? I don't know. You hope so. They're a joy to watch. They really are. I mean, okay, they're herons. They essentially hunt like great blue herons, in many ways. They do things a little differently just because of their size and everything. But they're quite animated when they're hunting. And they're just fun to watch. We saw that one last week, if you missed it. And we saw, 3, 4, several catches, but at least 3, decently sized fish that it caught. Plus a couple other smaller bits. And, the skill is amazing, and it's just something interesting to watch. You see a photo of that, and okay, that's cool. But when you see it yourself with your own eyes, you actually see it happening. Whether you're seeing it like I do, or you're seeing it through my camera, it's different. So often, if you do see a still photo, you see, okay, it happening. You've seen the bird catch, whatever bird it is, catch the prey. What you don't see is, you don't watch the bird as it waits, and then it strikes. You get a sense of what really happens, rather than, just seeing the actual, final action. And that makes a difference. If you want to understand a bird, you have to understand all that it goes through. Be right with you. So again, I don't know how we're going to conduct things on the campus. Are we going to drive? Are we going to... I think we'll probably end up doing a fair amount of driving at first.
And then, you know, depending on if we find anybody, will we walk then? I think it would depend on a couple things. First of all, the area, if we find anybody. You know, if we were to see them, let's say, around McGraw, okay, we might get out of the car and be on foot. If you see them near the central heating plant, it's a little different. And I say it's different because, first of all, there are fewer places that we can actually walk, so it wouldn't make that much sense. And secondly, as it's probably likely they would eventually be flying out of that area anyway, you know, maybe it doesn't make sense to get everything out of the car. I think I just saw a red squirrel. Red squirrel, yeah. Okay. I should have given him a card in case he wants to tune in, but if he's got sunglasses, you might need them. So really, actually, we saw a couple great green herons, a couple great blue herons. No owls, though. I would have liked to have seen an owl. I did see a red-tailed hawk, as I mentioned, on my way in. Wood duck, hooded mergansers. And we didn't look at blue jays, but blue jays, American goldfinches, robin, black-capped chickadee, tufted titmouse, northern cardinal, gray catbird, common grackle, red-winged blackbird. So actually, overall, a decent variety. Temperature is reading 73 according to my thermometer. Like I said, it was pretty comfortable there. It might have been a little bit warmer when we started, but it was pretty comfortable, and especially in the woods, it was comfortable. It was, you know, I could feel that sunshine certainly when we started. Not that it was a big deal, but I mean, I could definitely feel the warmth of it. That's not there. Oh my goodness. that song. It's called Triad by Antoine Dufour. We're here on the Cornell campus. It's now reading 76 degrees. So a little warmer here, apparently. And we're here to look for, primarily, red-tailed hawks. Do we see anybody? I don't know. Eyes open, ears open. Just stop here and take a look with binoculars 1 second. Okay, I hear a blue jay. I was telling someone that McGraw Hall, that's the hall to our left, was completely gutted. And my guess is that, although I've never talked to anybody about it, my guess is that, the primary concern is keeping up the external structure, but otherwise completely redoing everything inside. And it's not just a matter of, okay, take down, plaster and replaster or do things like that. I mean, they have all kinds of support elements on the external part of the building holding up that shell. So it doesn't collapse. So, I mean, that's how extensive it is. They must have, I think they took out floors, they did everything. People here to see the sunset, apparently. The sunsets here can be quite nice. We're usually here on the campus if we're here. We're here to look at birds, but in the past we have spent time looking over the slope to our left. Just if there's been a celestial event to look at. Usually it's a comet. Think back on it, and we've seen a lot over the years, whether it's birds or just nature scenes or celestial events, mostly comets, but awfully quiet. I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing, like last week, at least we were hearing, one of our hawks calling, at least one. Nobody calling, at least to this point tonight. I don't keep a constant check on things, but the last couple of days I've gone to the page for the hawk cam, and usually there's something about the sightings from the night before, and like as of this morning, nothing since the 11th. That was as of this morning. I'm not saying that no one has seen anybody, but at least there was nothing in the, whatever it is that Cornell uses. Let's see, morning dove. We're in mid-August, so there's a decent chance I could go the whole evening without finding a hawk. So it's a definite possibility. Come on, come on. If you're going to walk across the street, walk with some urgency. Some urgency. If you're a pedestrian walking in the street, your duty is to get out of the street. Forgot we couldn't go through here last week, but now we can. So, okay. We will. You may have noticed a sign or two here and there. Like I just saw one for move-in parking. You know, everyone's coming back already. Everyone's coming back. A new academic year is beginning. See another morning dove. I hear an American goldfinch. I think I might have just heard a cardinal. Morning dove. Oh, do I see somebody? I do see somebody. On top of the central heating plant, one of the stacks. Hold on one second. You know what? I did look up there before, and I couldn't see anybody, but it could be that it's because of the side of the stacks. This one seems to be on. One second here. Okay. I think I'm even legally parked. Kind of. Hold on one second. Alright, the angle might be a little tough for me. Oh, maybe not too bad. One second.
Come on. There we go. We'll see if this works. Hold on. Wrong stack. See, now this is an ordinary heat shimmer. This could be from the stack itself. Okay, hold on. Looks like Big Red to me. We did not see her last week. Okay, I don't know if there's anything we can really do to see her better than that, but good to see her, to be sure. Hold on a second, let me make adjustments here. She does seem to be on, I would say, this side, but there's enough. I wonder if she should be there. But there's enough heat or whatever coming out that makes it's making for very difficult viewing for us. I cannot focus any more sharply. I mean, I can focus You know what? It's not just at the stack. You know what? I'll bet it's that stack there. You know what? Maybe if we move. Hold on. All right. Maybe. Let's see if we can try. We might be able to get that out of our view if we go to this part of the lot and look at her from there. That might, we'll see if it's possible. This might be a little better here, maybe. This could potentially be a lot better. Alright, let's try this again. I'm glad I noticed on the stack itself that heat shimmer was there, so it was clearly not coming out of the top of the stack that she is on. Or at least that's my impression. Might still be bad. This is better. This is much better. Not perfect, but much better. Hello. Okay, hold on. I gotta just make an adjustment here. So she's on the central heating plant, one of the smokestacks. We're hearing an American goldfinch. Good to see her. Like I said, we did not see her last week. We're going to move on and continue searching, but good to see her. And I'm glad we moved over here. I'm glad for two reasons. First of all, we see that we're seeing her more clearly, and second, I'm relieved to see that the heat is not coming out of the smokestack she is on, but a different stack. So maybe she's not affected. Isn't she pretty? Okay, we're going to move on and continue our search. Good to see her. 1 second.
Now the question is, where is everybody else? What a nice evening. It's 74 degrees. The sun is, it's, if you're not, if it's not interfering with your view of a bird, it's wonderful. Yeah, I don't think we can. When we were on, more towards Central Campus, I looked up at the stacks. I didn't see anybody up there. And from here, I cannot see Big Red, but no surprise because she was on the other side of the stack. And the stack itself is blocking us from seeing her. Quiet down in here. I hear somebody. I just heard one of the P's. Okay, I hear somebody. I'm not sure where the sound's coming from, but I hear one. Let's turn around here anyway. So I've just heard one of the youngsters. I hear it again. Let's continue here. I think I'm hearing a robin. Let's go back in this lot here and see if that provides a view of somebody. If there's anybody within view here. Come on, people. Let's go. Come on, Subaru. That was illegal. tempting, given how slow this person is. I don't know if she's still there, but I cannot see Big Red from here. Just had a look at the stacks, and I just can't see them. So we've seen Big Red. We've heard one of the young. Called a few times and hasn't called in a bit, or at least not that I've heard. You know something? I think I can walk into the stadium right now. Oh, I just saw him running down. I'm gonna park the car, I'm gonna leave everything running, and I'm just gonna go in and see if there's anyone within the stadium that is what I possibly heard. So, I'll be right back. Okay, on my way to the stadium, I heard again the call. I went into the stadium, still can't find out, I still can't determine where the sound is coming from, but I heard the call again 2 or 3 times. So I still don't know where our hawk is. hear it faintly. Oh, I see a hawk. Eating. And I think I might be hearing a second one. I'm not sure. Hold on. Or someone's vocalizing anyway. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, Ferris, come on. Here we go. It's Arthur. Hi, Arthur. So if that's Arthur, am I hearing somebody else? Somebody was vocalizing. I don't believe it was Arthur. We're going to continue searching. I'm glad we've seen Arthur and we've seen Big Red. And I wonder if there's a youngster or maybe even two around. But I thought I heard somebody else. All right, let's keep moving. Hold on, I gotta make some adjustments here. It is getting darker. Now he was, he's backlit from my perspective here. So we've seen Big Red, we've seen Arthur, we've heard one of the P's, at least one, probably one. But I have yet to see any of the young. Just couldn't track them down. we're still looking. Who knows? Maybe we'll have luck and we'll find somebody, but. Arthur is no longer there. At least I don't see him. Robin, but it's late in the day, so you never know. Again, it's getting increasingly, or I should say, well, less likely. Increasingly unlikely that I'll see anybody else. We've seen 2 adults. We've heard, I believe, 1 youngster. Never could locate that youngster. No, we don't want to hear this. Come on. Thought I might have been hearing something, robin. But I'm going to rewind the song because you'll soon hear something. It's just so smooth that he plays on the saxophone. At least I think it is. Let's hear that again.
No, we don't want to hear this. I said we don't want to hear this. That was, by the way, that was, hold on 1 second. That was Just As You Are by Everett Harp. I really like that song, and that first, I don't know how to describe it, at about a minute in, minute 10, minute 12, this is it right here. Here it comes. It's just, I don't know, that's just so smooth. I just love it. Okay, hold on 1 second. I want to check something. I mean, I could listen to that song again. There's something about that song. Anyway, let's look at the moon just a bit. And I'm going to darken things a little. You know, you can see a full moon, and that's fine, but somehow the less than full moons are more interesting, I think. They also allow you to see shadows a little bit better. And sometimes you want to see those shadows, like on the craters, for instance. Make it a little lighter. Okay, let's continue on. Oh, there is something up there. It's probably a planet, if I had to guess. Hold on 1 second. Probably Venus, but I don't know. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. I would say it's Venus. And we're seeing a partial Venus because Venus also has phases. So I'm guessing that's Venus. And it looks like a semicircle in the sky rather than a full, well, semi-disc rather than a full disc. Hold on, I'm trying to get it. There we go. Okay, let's move on. We're obviously running out of time, and let me give you a full view of things. And hold on, regular brightness. Actually, I don't want to go too bright. This is pretty much what it looks like, maybe a little brighter. So a fair amount of color in the sky.
We might as well.
As I'm being followed by a moon moon shadow, leaping and hopping on a moon shadow. And if I ever lose my hands, lose my plow, lose my land, oh, if I ever lose my hands, oh, I won't have to work no more. And if I ever lose my eyes, if my colors all run dry, yes, if I ever lose my eyes, oh, I won't have to cry no more. Yes, I'm being followed by a moon shadow, leaping and hopping on a moon shadow. And if I ever lose my legs, I won't moan and I won't beg. Oh, if I ever lose my legs, oh, I won't have to walk home. And if I ever lose my mouth, all my teeth, north and south, yes, if I ever lose my mouth, oh, I won't have to try. Did it take long to find me? While I asked the faithful light. Oh, did it take long to find me? And are you gonna stay the night? I'm being followed by a moon shadow, leaping and hopping on a moon shadow, moon shadow. Shadow.
Cat Stevens. We have just a little bit of light left, so not much time to look around, but you never know. Never know. We can listen to this. That was City Lights by Nelson Rangel. Years ago, there was a concert put out by Rush, and I saw you guys discussing this last week, and they ended the disc, the concert CD, with this song, and this is how we're going to end tonight's tour. That was Bittersweet Bundle of Misery, a little something put together by guitarist Alex Lifeson for the end credits for that concert video. I believe it was the R30 concert video, but I'm not sure. Anyway, I think we're pretty much out of time and out of light. It's time for me to pack up and head home. I hope you've enjoyed the day. We've seen a few things here and there, and so I hopefully found it worth our time. Anyway, until next time, everybody, have a great night and a great week. Bye-bye.